Beautiful, and just taking a moment to connect with your breath. Almost picturing it like waves on a beach, coming up from your toes and then back out to sea. Just spending a few moments relaxing anywhere that you might be holding. So are you holding in your jaw? Is your brow furrowed? Are your hands relaxed and open? You might be holding in our hips or our shoulders. Just letting our natural awareness wash over these areas, allowing ourselves to soften and find a moment of rest. Noticing if your breathing has changed, whether you feel more in tune to your body, feeling into the surface beneath you, and remembering that we have nothing to do, nowhere else to be. I'm going to start with just a simple oil cleanser. And always just taking my time, allowing the scent to land. Holding here on the temples. Allowing my hands to grow heavy. And working down towards the neck and then up. Working methodically, using the whole of my hands, and just letting the natural weight land. Circling around the eyes, over the forehead, and around the jawline. And taking a warm set of mitts that we'll use to remove the oil, and allowing that heat to land, the warmth can be really comforting and help the muscles to soften. And just a gentle reminder to help us let go of anywhere that we might be holding. Using a hydrating cream cleanser. And once again, working slowly from the neck and working up. And once again, holding that heat above. And lifting. Making sure I don't miss anywhere. Holding for a moment over the eyes. And finishing here on the temples before lifting off. Taking our hydrating mask. And applying with our brush. And working up the nose. And then out and across the forehead. And coming to do the same on the other side, so mirroring along the jawline and between the top lip and the nose, up the nose and out and across the brow. And here, circling around the eyes, using that figure of 8. circling the third eye before coming over the bridge of the nose and off. From here, working dry, gentle pulsing center of the chest. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And coming to behind the ears. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Along the jawline. 1, 2, 3, 4, and just under the chin. 1, 2, 3, 4, and working back down. 1, 2, 3, 4, behind the ears. 1, 2, 3, 4, over the shoulders. 1, 2, 3, 4, and across the chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, and light brushing. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and pushing down. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and coming to circle behind the ears. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And slowly working back down. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And back to the shoulders. 1, 2, 3, 4, and from the center. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And taking just 2 pumps of oil and working here out across the pectoral muscles. And working one side and then the other. And then just bring that oil around the back of the neck, creating a gentle stretch, holding and then releasing. To the shoulders, and lifting, holding, and releasing. And working out, around, stretching up, holding and releasing. And working with gentle wave from left to right and right to left. Allowing each move to flow into each other. From one side to the next. And working just slightly deeper here. Using my knuckles. From here we're going to remove our mask. Taking one more pump of oil. Again, starting by holding on the temples, allowing my hands to grow heavy before gliding down. Taking any excess down the neck and over the chest. Beginning work from the collarbones, lifting all the way to behind the ears. And do that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, circling along the jawline. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, lifting up on a diagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, circling temples. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, working around the eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, over the third eye. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, stretching up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and reversing. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, stretching. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and walking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and back in. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1. 2. 3. 4. And 5. We're going to remove with our cream cleanser once more. Taking the product all the way down to the chest, up the neck, along the jawline, between the top lip and the nose, big circles over the cheeks, over temples, down the nose, and across the forehead. And starting on the chest, working out before lifting up the neck and onto the face. Taking a hydrating serum and holding and pressing that into the skin. And finishing with a night cream. Just to lock in all of that hydration. Again, taking that excess down over the chest. And our busy minds to slow down. I'm going to start with a quick body scan, just to allow our minds to focus and come back into our bodies. So we're going to start by picturing a ball of green light in the palm of our right hand. And this light is soft. It might be gently pulsing. It can grow bigger and smaller. Really see the shade of green that you're imagining. Now this light is going to slowly travel up your right arm. And coming all the way to rest at your right shoulder. It's then going to slowly drift into the center of your chest. I'm just hovering here over your sternum. It's then going to float downwards into your right hip. Notice if you're holding any tension here. Maybe we could let that melt away. And the ball of light is now going to travel down your right leg. It's going to pause for a moment at your knee. And then it's going to glide all the way down to your toes. Again, it's still pulsing. And we're still picturing that beautiful shade of green. It's going to slowly journey back up the right leg and drift on over to the left hip. I'm just going to notice how the left hip is feeling. And then the light is going to glide down your leg, pausing at your left knee, and then settling in your left toes. And then slowly, when it's ready, it's going to glide all the way back up the left leg and come to rest in the center of your chest once more. From here, it's going to glide over to your left shoulder and then slowly down your left arm all the way to your palm. It's going to take its time on the journey back up, and it's going to finish at the very crown of your head. It's traveling back up the left arm, passing the left shoulder, journeying up your neck, and coming to rest at the crown of your head. And from here, we can picture the ball of light slowly growing. So it's expanding until it washes over your whole body. And then you're going to imagine as it fills the room with this beautiful shade of green light. And this shade of green makes you feel calm and rested. And if it's helpful for you, you can picture that light expanding out and growing bigger and bigger. And then when you're ready, you can come back to your breath. Just taking a few pumps of my oil cleanser and then hovering that over so the scent can land. Holding here on the temples and gliding down. And here just using the whole weight of my hands. And just allowing them to glide. And coming to use my fingertips to work the product deeper into the skin. And just really taking my time here. And taking my first set of mitts. And just allowing that heat to land. And starting at the neck and working upwards. And taking my elixir gummy for my second cleanse. I'm just going to add just a tiny bit of water to allow it to emulsify. Again, holding on the temples and gliding down. And gentle press in and lift. And then just adding a tiny bit more water. And just allowing it to turn into a milk. Again, allowing them to gently hover. And then working up from the neck all the way to the forehead. We're going to gently mist. Just gently patting in just to aid absorption. And before we start our facial massage, we're just going to start by working over the chest. Adding a tiny bit of oil and starting from the center and gliding out towards the shoulders. And it's working nice and slowly. Taking my time. And working all the way to behind the ears. Working my thumbs into the back of the trapezius. And just seeing if I can feel any areas of built up tension. It's often an area that we hold when we're stressed or anxious. It can be so subconscious that we don't realize that we're doing it. And touch is such a lovely way to remember where we're holding and to allow ourselves to let go. And working from one side to the other. And just trying to create a little bit of space between the shoulder and the ears. And just creating a bit of space and allowing everything to drain that needs to. One of my massage tutors once told me that it's like pulling out the plug in the bath so that everything can drain before you start working up onto the face. And that makes a lot of sense to me. That's why I always spend at least a little bit of time working over the chest in every facial that I do. Now working over the top of the pectoral muscles, working one side and then the other. Gently lifting and turning the head ever so slightly and coming to work on the right side. And creating a push and pull here. And working with that stretch. And one of my favourite moves to relax is these beautiful circles behind the ear. allowing them to be really slow. And then gliding all the way down the front of the neck and coming back behind once more. And slow, small circles, journeying all the way up. And then gliding down. And coming back up into center. And then gently over to the other side to repeat. And starting with that stretching. And then coming to do those same circles behind the ear. And then gliding all the way down the front of the neck, across the shoulder and back up. And again, just repeating those stretches. And hopefully through doing this, we've created a little bit more space. And gently landing back in center. And then just doing pressure points down the center part. And circling behind both ears at the same time. Again, journeying up towards the crown of the head. And just playing with the pressure points here. And then from here, landing on the temples with my oil for my facial massage. Just starting by slowly spreading that oil. Just like how I did with the first cleanse, allowing the weight of my hands to land and just to gently glide and almost dance across the face. And coming to start our work on the neck. So just taking any excess oil down and across the chest. I'm going to start by lifting from the collarbone to behind the ears. And this muscle is called your sternocleidomastoid, or SEM for short. Its attachment points from the collarbone to behind the ears. And so we're lifting and stretching along this muscle, warming it up and helping it to relax. And slowly following that same line, but instead of finishing behind the ears, I'm now finishing in front. And this is kind of following the platysma muscle, which sits in a big flat sheet across your chest, travels up your neck, and finishes just below your lower lip. And then I'm going to elongate this move so we include the whole face, journeying up to the temples and gliding back down. In my next return, I'm going to start working out along the jawline, gliding from one side to the other. Now coming to circle over the masseter muscle, an area where many of us hold tension, whether we grind our teeth or clench, whether it's conscious or subconscious. It can be a really sensitive and tender area for people. And so this work around this part is really important, just to encourage that release. I'm going to gently knuckle over this area. So my pressure is increased, but it's still not firm. And when you want a muscle to relax, you want to work with it, not against it. And just using this rotation in my wrist to work into it from a different angle. And coming to work over the chin. And then out along the jawline. Almost hugging it between my thumb and the rest of my fingers. And draining out towards the ears and then down the neck. And coming back to work along the jaw, lifting up now. And here I'm going to slowly walk out towards the outer edge of the face and then back in. And ever so subtly increasing my pressure as I go over the masseter and then releasing. Working out from the corner of the lip towards the ear, following the muscle called risorius, and helps us smile. And just tilting my hands on an ever so slight diagonal now from corner of the lips up to temples, and we're following zygomatic minor and major. Again, taking my time, allowing all my fingers to land before I begin stretching upwards. And then just spending a little bit more time here on the temples, using that same gentle lifting. One finger lands and the rest follow. One finger lands and the rest follow. I'm going to glide down the nose and open the face. It's creating this circular movement, almost like swimming breaststroke, and traveling down the nose and opening up. Going to come to the lift just above that top lip, and then opening back out again. And coming to focus on that top lip, and then opening out. Gently hook in underneath the cheekbones, and just slightly pulsing here. And then that slow open and return. And as we work up the face, coming to spend some time working around the eyes. The muscles around our eyes are called auricularis oculi, and they're circular muscles, so they sit in complete circles around our eyes. So it's really soothing to follow the line of that muscle. And here I'm just gently changing direction, working down the nose and then back up. And then slightly increasing the pressure that I'm using over the brows. And coming to focus over the third eye. It's gentle lift and stretch. That same motion coming to work over the whole of frontalis. This pressure can feel really lovely if we have tired eyes. And just like I did on the jaw, working out and then back in. And coming just to spend a little bit more time working up frontalis, using the whole of my hand. And then gliding out. Coming to circle over temples once more. I always want to be gliding and never want to be pulling as I work. And once again, just turning ever so slightly to the side. I'm going to start by working up from the shoulder all the way to the forehead. And then bringing my focus to just on the face. And from here, working out along the jawline, and allowing one hand to follow the next. Circling over the masseter, and then working upwards using a paddling motion. And then slowly gliding up the face, now working along Risorius once more. And coming to work underneath the zygomatic arch. And following with my other hand, creating a circle around the eye. I really love how this feels. That full circle and that release of any sinus pressure. And coming to lift over the forehead. And here, taking my gua sha and gliding slowly down the neck. Allowing the weight of the stone to carry itself down. And following that same path we just did on the bottom of the jaw. And draining down the neck. And then we're lifting up. And following the stone with my other hand. And using the longest curve to glide across the cheek and down the neck. Across the cheek and down the neck. And then using a small curve to come underneath the cheekbone and all the way up to temples. And working out under the eye. Super light pressure here and just letting the tool gently wave. And then once again draining down the neck. From here working up across frontalis. Stretching all the way up to the hairline. And then once I'm here working out, just holding in the center as I stretch. Coming to drain down the neck. Placing my stone down where I'll need it later. taking my time to lift and land back in center. And just circling behind the ears once more. And then that lift and lower over to the other side. And then from here, that same gliding from the shoulder all the way up to the forehead. And that lift, glide, just allowing one move to flow into the next. Call this 1,000 hands because it feels like it never stops. And then from here, coming to focus just on the face. Allowing my hands to melt and really land. And coming again to work along the jawline. One hand followed by the next. Once again, lifting, using that paddling motion. And then circling over the masseter. And then lifting up once more. And coming to work along Rosorius. Taking time to stretch and release out towards the ear. And then here curving around the cheekbone and circling the eye. And then lifting up over frontalis. creating this stretch that travels all the way back into the hairline. And once again, circling around the eye. And taking my gua sha once more and slowly draining down from behind the ear. And then working along the bottom of the jaw. And using the flat side of the tool and keeping as much surface area in contact as possible. And when I'm ready, slowly draining down once more. And we're gliding out and draining down. Now working up towards myself, stretching from the jawline up. Same paddling motion from before, but just using the stone interchangeably with my hand. Now taking the largest curve, gliding up and then down. And guiding across, wiggling by the ear and draining down. And taking a small hook and just working underneath the cheekbone. Just creating a beautiful release here. Allowing those airways to open so we can breathe easier. Also helping with any lymphatic drainage and sculpting of the cheekbones. And that same curve is going to come to work just underneath the eye. Just gently waving and draining out over the temples. Taking our time here, there's no rush. Now using that larger curve of the tool again, we're lifting up from the eyebrow up to the hairline. And then as we hold in the center, working out. And from here, slowly coming back up to center. I'm going to glide all the way up to temples, opening the face, holding for a moment in the center of the forehead, and draining all the way down to the chest. I'm going to do that a few times. So working up the neck, all the way to temples, opening the face, holding on the forehead, and then gliding all the way down. And one last time, starting on the neck, slowly working our way up to temples, opening the face, holding on the forehead, and gliding all the way down onto the chest, behind the shoulders, gentle stretch of the neck, and then circling behind the ears. Pressure points again down the center part. And we're going to take our last set of mitts. They're really nice and warm, just allowing that heat to land. And taking the oil off from the chest and the neck. And coming to remove from the face. taking our moisturiser to finish. Holding here on the temples. Once again, allowing us to glide. So today we're going to focus on relieving tired eyes. So whether that's just from finding it hard to sleep or from focusing on a screen all day for work. And we're just going to try and relieve some of that pressure that can typically build up, as well as that tired sensation that can sit behind the eyes. So I'm going to start by warming my hands. And then just holding them gently over your eyes while you take a few deep breaths for me. Beautiful. And then I'm going to start before I've done my cleanses or applied any oil, and just starting to work dry to give me a little bit more grip as I stretch. I'm just going to start working over the brows here, so at the top of the orbital bone. I'm just going to start to warm the area and melt away any tension that might have been building up. And this just gives us a little bit of time to focus on our breath and just allowing ourselves to melt and relax into the treatment. I'm going to repeat that on the other side. So really just taking my time here and just focusing over the brow bone and allowing this area to melt and relax. And then I'm going to stretch both together at the same time. And then just noticing if we're holding any tension in our jaw, and if we can let go of that holding. And then noticing if we're holding any tension in between our brows, and also allowing that to soften. And then bringing our attention finally to our eyes and just allowing them to feel heavy and to rest. I'm going to keep that same stretching, but I'm going to work slightly further up, out and across the forehead now, working towards the ears, and just extending that stretch and that feeling of relaxation up towards the hair. Again, taking our time, allowing ourselves to settle, and to find that natural rhythm of our breath. Allowing our eyes to become heavy. Taking the whole of my hand now and just working out again towards the ears. This is quite a strong downward pressure over the whole forehead. And keeping that pressure going as I'm just starting to work into the scalp. Again, we're in no rush. We have time to allow everything to soften. Nowhere else we need to be. Nothing else we need to be doing. Next, I'm going to start working into the hair. And again, that same firm pressure. Rocking in to apply and rocking out to release. And just by releasing any tension that's built up in the scalp, this allows the facial muscles to relax as well, as they're all interconnected. And working through temporalis at the sides. And coming to comb through the hairline and again circling, pressure in and then releasing. And then I'm going to circle gently behind the ears and just lifting up towards myself. And then down the center parting. once again, circling up. And then pressure down towards your toes. And one final time, circling up. Pausing for a moment to work behind and in front of the ears. And then pressure down the center parting. Perfect. Holding on the temples and just small circles here. And I'm going to hold this pressure point just at the beginning of the brows. And this can be really lovely for relieving headaches or any pressure that feels like it's built up behind the eyes. And I'm going to continue these pinches of the brows and work out and along. And holding for a few seconds. And then working slightly further out. Pinch and hold. And release. And coming back to that central point for headaches. And then lifting up off the orbital bone and pinching either side of the brow. And using quite a firm pressure here. And then one final time, holding at the pressure point, and lifting and pinching. I'm going to do that same pinching, but just focusing on one brow at a time. Again, really working slowly and deliberately. And such a small muscle group, the corrugators here. And just giving them time to stretch and soften. And then we're going to do the same on the other brow, so holding both together, moving slightly further out. Stretching to finish. Perfect. Now I've finished that dry work section, I'm going to take my oil cleanser to start. And this is a beautiful blend that my friend makes for me. And we're just going to warm that in my hands and allow that smell to land. And then starting on the temples and working down. Working along the jawline, the whole of my hands circling over the cheeks, up to the forehead and down the nose, creating these big circles. Around the eyes, and out and across the forehead. I'm going to add just the tiniest bit of water. And this will help it to emulsify. Circling around the eyes in a figure of 8. And then out and across the forehead. Making sure that I've worked both sides of the nose. And then we're going to take our first set of mitts and remove. Allowing that heat to settle, and then lifting up from the neck and onto the face. Taking my second cleanser, which is our daily detox cleanser, and it just slightly foams, but Doesn't strip the skin like some other foaming cleansers. Again, hovering and then landing. And taking your time here to work the product into the skin. Slow circles around the eyes. And then we remove. And taking just 2 pumps of oil, I'm going to start working over the chest and just from center out to shoulders. And working one side and then the other. And then scooping around the back of the neck, coming all the way to behind the ears. And then just to work slightly deeper using my knuckles, just to add a bit of pressure. Just opening up across the pectoral muscles, around the top of the deltoids, and up behind trapezius. And coming to repeat that again over the front of the chest, the top of the arms, and behind the shoulder blades. Stretching the whole of the neck. And then circling behind the ears. And then just taking a little bit of oil on my hands and then working from the chin all the way up. And here working from the collarbone to behind the ears, lifting and releasing. And keeping as much surface area in contact as I can. And working upwards and then floating back down and starting again. Now coming up onto the face and working up over the masseter, holding there with just a little bit of extra pressure and then floating back down. And working methodically up the face, releasing each muscle group individually before moving on to the next. And here working in towards center. And then slowly back out again. And working in and then out. Circling over mentalis and stretching out towards the ears. Working from the corner of the lips and stretching on a diagonal all the way to temples. Taking our time here, circling over both temples at once. This can really help to relieve that pressure that builds up behind our eyes. And when we're feeling tired and like we just need to let go. I'm going to slowly reverse those circles, lifting up towards me. I'm going to come and work down the nose, scooping over the cheeks, creating this big opening. And just a gentle pressure scooping under the cheekbone, creating an opening and space to breathe deeply. And circles, and then going to get smaller, and we're just going to work around the orbital bone. Keeping one finger on the temples at all times. And then reversing that circle and working up the nose, holding at the start of the brows, and then pressure out and across, gliding up, hold, and then outward pressure. Glide, hold, pressure. And then we're coming up, focusing in between the brows and just really stretching and releasing this area. And working up over the whole of frontalis. Using as much surface area as I can to get that real lift and stretch. Coming to work over the brows like we did before without oil. making more space, and just a sense of ease and softness. And circling with alternate hands over the third eye, and creating almost a figure of 8. And then I'm going to take my crystal mushroom and start circling using that. Cold sensation from the stone can be really soothing. And then I'm going to bring my second, and again creating that alternate pattern over the third eye, softening that area between the brows. And then going to travel down and start circling over the temples. And coming to work under the eye. And just really gentle circles here. And draining out towards the ears. Back to circling over temples. And holding under the brows and stretching out. And I'm going to take my mushrooms and pop them in the towel heater so that they can heat up for later. And just taking a tiny bit more oil. Going to start working with our gua sha to drain. And turning just ever so slightly over to the left. And lifting with both hands from the shoulder. gentle flow along the jawline, up the cheek, under the cheekbone and around the eye. And just creating this full circle here, which allows the whole area to relax and soften as it feels included. Lifting up and over the temples here. And stretching across the forehead. I'm going to come to work either side of the eye, stretching all the way to the ear. You can take this behind the ear and stretch down. And then bringing a gua sha, hugging close to the ear and draining all the way down the neck. Along the jawline, lifting, and just allowing each movement to flow into the next. And then placing my stone on the other side. Just going to gently lift back to center and over to the right. From here again, lifting up onto the face. jawline. Lifting up. Long Resorius. And then creating that circuit under the cheekbone and circling the eye. And coming to work either side of the eye, stretching down towards the ear. And focusing on the temples. And then up from the brow. And taking my gua sha, hugging in close to the bottom of the ear and working down. And coming gently back up to center. Once again, taking my oil cleanser to remove just a few pumps. Applying all over the face, working up the neck and around the eyes, up the nose and across the forehead. And taking on now warm mushrooms and testing them on my arms. tension away. And staying just for a few more moments on the temples. As they begin to cool, I'm going to take my last set of mitts and remove that cleanser. And starting centre of the chest, pushing down, holding at the shoulders, lifting up from the neck, and then working from the jawline up. Either side of the nose and across the forehead. I'm going to take my eye cream, just the tiniest amount. I'm going to work that between my first fingers and then gently dot all across the orbital bone. And just working that in with slow upward circles. And then tiny bit of night cream just to finish. And finishing just by holding here on the temples one last time. Beautiful, so just landing on the bed and allowing ourselves to go heavy and allowing ourselves to feel held. Taking our time, connecting with our breath and checking in with how we're feeling today. Have we been rushing? Or have we had time to rest? Does our mind feel busy? Or does it feel spacious and relaxed? Checking in with our breathing. Is it shallow or deep? Is it slow or fast? Is our jaw clenched or released? As always, no judgment, just observing, bringing that awareness to our whole body. And just gently scanning from the tips of our toes to our ankles. And from our ankles up to our knees. From our knees up to our pelvis. From our pelvis, sending our awareness all the way up our spine to the top of our neck. Then our awareness is going to float from our shoulders to our elbows. From our elbows to our wrists. From our wrist to each fingertip in turn. And from our fingertips, we're going to glide all the way up to the crown of our head. Noticing how we're feeling after just a couple of minutes of settling. We're going to give ourselves that permission to rest. And to allow sleep to come to us. Beautiful. I'm going to start with an oil cleanse. And just holding on the temples and gliding down. And using the whole of my hands to create these big circles, working up the neck, along the jawline, in between the lip and the nose, and down and over the cheeks. And working either side of the nose, and then out and across the forehead. And using just the pads of my fingertips to circle and gliding around the eyes before circling on the cheeks as well. Always taking my time with the cleanses because it gives more time to ground and settle. Time for our minds to drift and wander off. And there's nothing to focus on and nothing to do. We can just be and drift. Taking my first set of warm mitts. Allowing that heat to hover. Feeling that warmth land. And then starting on the neck and lifting up. And then taking my gummy cleanser for my second cleanse. Just applying a bit to the palm of my hand and then a tiny bit of water. Holding again on the temples and allowing my hands to feel heavy as they glide. And then to work this cleanser deeper into the skin, just pressing and lifting. And once I've added a little bit more water, this cleanser is going to gently emulsify into a milk. And then taking our second set of mitts. Allowing them to cool just slightly. Letting that heat land. And then removing once more. And taking my mask. I'm going to apply just a thin layer, starting at the chin and working out towards the ears. And working here from the chin out towards the ears. And just allowing the brush to glide. And working up the nose and out and across the brow. I'm going to repeat the same on the other side. This mask is just going to help to lock in some hydration. And it uses Centella asiatica, which is really beautiful for skin soothing and nourishing. Perfect. We're going to start with some dry work across the chest. And just again helping us to ground and land. I'm going to start over the sternum with this gentle wave. And we're going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then over the shoulders. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then gliding to behind the ears. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then under the jawline. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 under the chin. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then working my way back down. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Behind the ears. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Shoulders. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then lastly, center of the chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Dry brushes out along the collarbones. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then coming to hold the head. Just sinking my fingers into the occipital. And that natural pressure. And then releasing. And working either side of the ears. And then down the center parting. And from here, taking 2 pumps of oil, warming those up in my hands, and then landing in the center of the chest, and just gliding outwards. And just spending a few moments here. Working from one side to the other. And bringing my knuckles for just a tiny bit more pressure. And then bringing that oil all the way behind and resting behind the ears. And working just a little bit deeper into the top of the trapezius here. Again, rocking from one side to the other. Bringing my knuckles in to work the same area, and almost pinching between my knuckles and my thumb. And creating a wave that travels from one side all the way across the center of the chest and to the other shoulder. Allowing this movement to flow into each other. Create almost like a natural wave. Traveling from left to right. And then right to left. And turning just gently over to the left side. And just slowly working from the shoulder up to behind the ear. And creating an opening through stretching. And again, that continuous flow. One movement just melting into the next. And then over over to the other side. And we're doing that same flow. Lifting, stretching, and releasing. Coming to land back in center. Again, those presses down the center parting. And taking our next set of mitts, we're going to remove our mask. Beautiful, and then from here, tiny bit more oil. Again, landing on the temples and working up. And we're going to work systematically up the face, lifting, stretching, melting any built up tension, allowing the lymph to flow and drain, bringing blood circulating to the skin's surface, delivering all of the nutrients that it needs. Helping us to feel grounded and relaxed. Starting on the neck, we're lifting up all the way to behind the ears, creating this beautiful big diagonal stretch. One finger travels and the rest pull back. And taking the same movement and coming up onto the face, lifting all the way up to the hairline. And creating this big stretch, this opening, and this lifting. Coming down now to focus along the jawline, sweeping from one side to the other. And paying special attention to the masseter, where we might be holding. And here lifting up towards myself, working in and out along the jawline. Massaging over and down mentalis, and then out towards the ears. Once again, finding how movements flow from one to the other. And down over the cheeks, up across the forehead, and then down the nose, creating that circle. And coming down and working under the cheekbones, helping lymph to drain and any pressure to release. And coming to focus around the eyes and the brow. Creating space through stretches and release any held patterns of tension. Including circles around the eyes. Focus between the brows. Same movement can stretch up frontalis all the way to the hairline. It can feel really lovely. Using the whole of my hand, working from the third eye up and stretching out. And then lifting up. And taking just a tiny bit more oil. And turning over to that left side. And here lifting. Out and along the jawline. Again, that natural flow, gliding from one movement to the next. From here, lifting with both hands, finding a rhythm that works, not too fast and not too slow. Working out along Rosaria. And once again, under the cheekbone and round the eye. Focusing here for a moment over the temple. And stretching over the forehead. And draining down the neck. Now coming to do the same on the other side. We're lifting. And then out and along the jawline. Lifting all of my fingers, one hand and then the next. Gliding under the cheekbone and around the orbital bone. And coming to focus on the temple. Often an area where our stress can manifest. It can feel really nice just to warm and release this area. Coming to stretch up and over the brow. From here, we're going to remove our oil. First, removing from the center of the chest, up the neck, and then from the face. And taking my hydrating mist, allowing that to land, and gently pressing that into the skin. And taking my night cream, hovering on the temples and then gliding down. I hope you feel rested and ready for sleep. And just taking a few moments to settle, feeling the contact between you and the bed. Allowing yourself to feel held and supported. And starting without oil, just circling behind the ears and working slowly up into the scalp. And using both thumbs just to apply a downwards pressure along the center parting. And this can help us feel slightly more grounded. And then holding at the temples, over the jawline. And in between the brows. I'm going to start first with an oil cleanse. And just allowing my hands to glide, making sure that I don't miss anywhere. Working either side of the nose and then up and across the forehead. And working with big circles up the neck and then returning to temples to finish. And taking a pair of warm mitts. And just allowing that steam to warm the skin. and then removing that first cleanse. And taking the Elixir Gummy Cleanser for my second. And just a tiny bit of water here to allow it to emulsify. And with both hands pressing in and lifting off. And adding just a tiny bit more water, and then this cleanser turns into a milk. And then again, removing with those hot mitts. I'm going to start with just 2 pumps of oil in the center of the chest, working out towards the shoulders. And circling around the shoulders and coming back to center. And And bring that stretch up the back of the neck and holding behind the ears. So from the center of the chest out to the shoulders and around the back of the neck. And working from one side to the other. And then just fingertips lightly circling. And taking just one more pump of oil, warming that in my hands and then holding on the temples before gliding down. Starting on the neck and gently lifting to behind the ears. And taking that same movement and coming up to work in front of the ears now. So from collarbone to in front of the ears. And working out and along the jawline, gliding from one side to the other. And just slightly increasing the pressure here over the masseter. And then lifting upwards. And then here out from the corner of the lips towards the ears. And working in diagonal here from the chin all the way up to temples. Creating this stretch, this opening. And then pausing for a moment here just to circle. Light pressure. Before gliding down the nose and opening the face. And coming to focus around the eyes, still keeping that same circular motion. And then reversing, working up the nose and out and over the brows. And coming to work over the forehead, lifting up towards myself. Applying a downwards pressure. We lift and stretch. And working out towards the ears and then coming back in towards the center of the brows. And from here, stretching both brows at the same time. And working over those corrugator muscles. And then slowly making my way up towards the hairline. And here, using the whole of my hand from wrist to fingertips. And from here, I'm going to work all the way back down. So returning to my stretching. And there's something really comforting about the repetition. You've already know what's coming and your mind can rest. And once again, lifting, working into center and then back out. Again, circling around the eyes and working up, and now working working down. Opening the face once more. And then that big stretch on the diagonal. Focusing over the masseter and out along Rosorius. Looking out along the jawline. And once more from collarbone to in front of the ears. And finally collarbone to behind the ears. And then back onto the chest. And then adding just a tiny bit more oil. And turning over to the left side. And same again, we're going to work all the way up and then all the way back down. And starting along the jawline, following peace fingers and then a little shelf. And really light pressure here. And draining out towards the ear and then down the neck. And then from either side of the lips, working out again towards the ear. And working working slowly and trying to keep the pace nice and even and draining down. Underneath the cheekbone and circling the eye. And working over the temple. And stretching up from the brow towards the hairline. And then we're going to slowly work back down, coming back to the temple. Circling around the eye and the cheekbone. And working either side of the lips. And then along the jawline. And down the neck. And coming to circle behind the ear. And draining down. And here coming to gently turn over to the right side. And working split fingers either side of the jaw and draining out towards the ear. From here, either side of the lips, followed by that flat hand. And then scooping underneath the cheekbone and completing the circle around the eye. From here, lift brow up. And focusing on the temple. And working our way back down, circling around the eye. Under the cheekbone, either side of the lips, and then along the jawline. And working down the neck. And coming to circle from the earlobe up. And draining down. And from here, taking a cream cleanser just to remove all of that oil. And here, taking my last set of hot mitts. And letting that heat land. And starting on the chest, holding for just a moment and removing that oil. Just using some rose mist and pressing that into the skin. And then we have our night cream to finish. And to finish, just some slow circles over the temples and the third eye.